Also, welcome into the hot shop. I'm going to have my mic volume turned up eventually, but I just want to quickly introduce what we have going on to catch you up. So we have a visiting artist. He's the one in the white t-shirt. His name is Ryan Thompson. You might have seen that sign as you walked in. But he mostly focuses on Venetian glassware. This is kind of an Italian style of glass blowing, a lot of blown forms, a lot of components that are brought together. And we might see some similar things to that today. Something that Ryan also does is he works with a lot of black in his glass, but something that he likes to add is he will sandblast the surface of the glass or etch it, and this is going to make the piece matte. So this is not even quite the final form right here. There still has to be more processes done to it on a later date. And we're just getting started this morning, so it's going to be a little bit slow, but let me know if you have any questions, such as the temperatures of the furnaces. Yeah, maybe I would recommend maybe walking around and coming back. Yeah? Testing. Okay, this is a lot better. Testing, testing. Oh yeah, there we go. So welcome into the hot shop. I just want to let you all know what's happening today in the background, and then I'm going to kind of hand it off to our other person here, Emily Martin, which I'm sure you guys already know her. But first off, today, I'm sure you guys have already heard, we have a visiting artisan here. His name is Ryan Thompson. He's the one in the white t-shirt working at the center bench right here. So everyone else is just helping him create his own artwork today. And he already has some pieces that he made previously on display right here in the front if you want some ideas of what you might see today. But yeah, that's what's going to be happening in the background. They're going to be making a piece that is a little bit shorter but has a really long neck to it. So the neck of the vase, of course, is that thin area. And I am going to pull up some slides for you all. This is going to help you understand the glass blowing process a little bit better. So could I have the Science of Art slides, please?
So, once again, welcome First Creek Middle School. We're going to go over our Science of Art slides that you guys did in the classroom. We'll go to the next slide. So, the conduction of heat through an aluminum bar. The conduction is the transfer of heat through a material by direct contact. The cold water on the left side is like the hands at the end of the pipe, and the bar in the middle is like the styrofoam cups that are between, and the space in between is like the hands from the hot glass, so at the end of the bar. Next slide. We'll go to the next slide. And then convection of heat is just like we did in the classroom of using honey as our fluid. So the convection is heat transfer by the movement of a heated fluid. The viscosity of glass changes when it is heated or cooled, similar to how the honey moves differently when it is heated within the classroom. And so when glass gets really, really hot, when the surface is super hot, we'll be able to blow it out. And as it starts to cool down, it won't stretch as quickly or as much. And then the next slide. So we're going to look over radiation using a heat lamp and a black and silver can. As we did in the classroom, the radiation is the emission or transmission of energy in the forms of waves or particles through the space or materials. So in the hot shop, can you feel the heat radiating from the glory holes? The glory holes are the ovens where Ryan's standing in front of. Can you guys feel the heat? Maybe more so over here than we can in this direction. And so the glory holes rest at about 2,300 degrees. So as you can see, the shield in front of the glory hole helps protect the artist from the heat. And so as you can see on the left side there, we have a shield to help that radiation. Thank you. And also be sure to pay attention to what Miss McKenzie is talking about. At the end, we'll have a couple prizes, and we'll have a couple questions, trivia questions, okay?
So just to talk about the hot shop a little bit, and you can definitely compare this to what you've learned already. I'll talk about the furnaces that we have here. So these produce a lot of heat, obviously. They're glowing because they're so hot. But the most important one is our glass furnace. This is this kind of barrel-shaped tank that is standing upright with a closed door, specifically the one with the closed door right here. And this holds a pool of molten glass inside of it, kind of like a pool of lava, just sitting in this giant ceramic tank, a crucible. And it is staying at 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit at any point in time. It's always going to stay at that temperature. And then these open face furnaces that we have, these are used to reheat the glass, so you're going to see us use them a lot. Every time we go inside of there, it's just to remelt the glass and make it more malleable, which means that it can move a little bit faster, kind of like working with taffy or molten sugar, honestly. Glass is going to move very similarly. And this piece that we're working on right here is actually hollow. There's air inside of this glass already. You just can't see it through that color that we have on the outside. So as soon as you see somebody's mouth on the end of the pipe, this is them blowing more air into the piece and expanding that glass like a balloon, which it happens really quickly, so it's pretty easy to miss. But what we're doing is we're creating a tube out of this piece of glass. So we're going to break the end of this glass off. This is going to create a small opening. We'll be able to open it up further. So the glass, when it fell off, it might have been just a little bit over 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. And at this point, it's definitely right around 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. The glass, surprisingly, even though that temperature is super hot, it's still completely solid at 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. So that's kind of a happy medium temperature for glass, and we will frequently bring glass up to that temperature or down to that temperature. And these two metal blades, you're going to see us use those a lot. Those are called the jacks. We just use them to open up the end of the tube a little bit. By the way, it's completely okay to ask questions if you have any, just questions about the glass, about the museum, about pieces of glass that you've seen in your day-to-day lives. I can answer questions about pretty much anything glass-related. Just raise your hand and let me know. That's the only way I'll be able to tell. And for those who have just joined in, I just want to kind of reiterate what we have going on. We have Ryan Thompson here as a visiting artist. He's the one in the white t-shirt. And he's going to be working on a piece relatively similar to what you're seeing here, except we're going to have a squat body and then a really tall, long neck, which he's working on right now. Yes, so that's a really good question. I just got a question about the color of the glass. I'll just point out that this piece of glass that they're working with right now is going to end up black. And the best way I could describe why it's orange right now is comparing it to lava itself. Whenever lava is flowing and it's molten hot rock, it's going to be glowing orange because it's so hot that it's creating its own light as well as heat. And so this is the same thing. It's so hot that it's emitting light, it's creating light, and as soon as it cools down, it starts to lose that light and it turns back into its original color. So the glass is always black, it's starting black, it's going to finish black. But when we're working with it, it has the appearance of being orange, basically. And that is no matter what color we're working with. Yeah, just once again, for those who joined in, we have Ryan Thompson in here. He's the one in the white t-shirt, and he is going to be working on a form that is a little bit squat, and it has this long neck to it. We're working with all black glass still. Some of these pieces have these really intricate small lines across the surface. You honestly can't see them until you get up close to them. But these have basically these waves or lines, and this is achieved through something called cane, which are these sticks of colored glass. Luckily, I have some examples of those as well, like this. So They've used these to create lines of color. So I've had a couple of questions about how we get the furnace to be so hot. So I'll insert on my microphone just in case anybody else is wondering. So earlier I was telling the kids that these furnaces are between 21 and 2300 degrees Fahrenheit. So that's the temperature that we work with in the hot shop usually is between 1000 and 2000 degrees Fahrenheit. The glass obviously is not going to get all the way up to that temperature, otherwise it's like honey and it's uncontrollable. But the furnaces are running off of natural gas and forced air. So some of you guys might be familiar with natural gas stoves. And yeah, it's basically that same idea. We're just pushing that gas in, it's constantly burning. Also, just to give you some more information about our visiting artist, I was really excited for this residency because he was actually on a Netflix show called Blown Away. Some of you guys might have heard of that. It's a competitive glass blowing show. And he was on an episode that actually had our hot shop manager on it too. And so I especially watched that episode because it was someone I knew in the episode, right? And our hot shop manager is Ben. He's the one who's standing next to the center bench and helping out right now. But he was a guest judge, and the episode was all about kids design glass, which is something the museum is huge about. So they had kids come in, and the artist had to make a design based off of these kids' drawings, and then Ben chose the winner, and that winner was Ryan Thompson. And the piece that he made was a black hat with a snake kind of going in and around it. It was really kind of realistic and just really cool looking. And there's obviously a lot of detail in it. So I just was really impressed and excited to see him come in. And I really recommend checking the show out. And you can see him blow glass in that live action show. So it really depends glassblower to glassblower. They all have completely different experiences and stories, but all of the people that work full time in this hot shop, they all have between 20 and 30 years of experience. So they're very, very professional glass artists. And so that's why I mentioned everyone's story is different. Some of us go to school for it, like a college. Some of us are kind of apprentices and work our way up, starting from, menial tasks like filling up the furnace over and over in the middle of the night. And then some people, they just kind of get exposed to it. They know somebody who already does it. And do we have some images of our visiting artist work that we could put up on the screen? Yes, perfect. So for anyone that hasn't seen Ryan Thompson's artwork, I just want to show off this slideshow on the screen. Once again, he's our visiting artist who is with us today. He's the one wearing the white t-shirt at the center bench to point him out specifically. And he's here specifically because he won an episode in a Netflix show called Blown Away, which is a competitive glass blowing show. And he basically just won this residency. So he's in here making pretty much whatever he wants. All he had to do was bring in color, and our hot shop team is here to assist him in making this work. So I just got a question about glass color, and this is something that everyone wonders about. So I think you all would be interested in this. So in the very beginning, before you guys even came in, we took a section of something called color bar, which is this bar of color that I'm holding in my hand for anyone that's curious about what this looks like. We'll take a section of this, we'll completely melt it down until it's kind of the texture of soft taffy. And then we'll drop it onto a small clear bubble and basically just spread it over top of the clear, completely covering it. So if you were to cut open a piece of glass that's blown and it has color on it, you'd see the rings or cross sections where there's color and clear kind of sandwiched around it. So really, the pieces are still mostly clear glass, but a little bit of colored glass like this. These are usually pretty rich. It's called color bar. Yeah. Which one? This? This? I think it's an amber colored piece of glass. I know it looks black, but it's just so rich that you can't even see through it. It's interesting. Yeah, it's not. Yeah, and as for the colors themselves, of course, we don't make the color. We get it shipped in this form. But it's different metals and minerals that are mixed into the glass. So I'm sure you all have heard of a couple of antique glasses, such as cobalt blue. So literally taking a form of cobalt, mixing it into the glass to get that rich blue color. And this is done before the glass is even melted down. It's kind of mixed into a sand mixture and then melted down. So welcome to anyone who has recently joined us in the hot shop. So we do have a school group in here today. They've been asking lots of questions. So if you guys have any questions yourselves, feel free to just raise your hand to grab my attention and I'll come right over. But I do want to introduce what we have going on today for you guys. So today we have a visiting artist. His name is Ryan Thompson. He's the one in the white t-shirt specifically. And the reason he's here is he has actually won an episode on a Netflix show called Blown Away. And if you haven't heard of that, it's basically just a competitive glass blowing show, once again on Netflix. And this episode was one that one of our Hot Shop team members was actually on. So we already have some pieces of Ryan Thompson's on display. These are some pieces they made during the first couple of days of the residency. He's been here since Wednesday. And we are going along with a similar theme where we're working with all black for now, but we are now making a pretty squat and short piece that has a really long neck, apparently. And what we'll do is we'll start with the neck and the rings, which were those discs that we were working on earlier. And then we'll move on to blowing out the body, and we'll just connect all those pieces together at once later on. So once the piece is mostly finished, then we attach those pieces. And I will say Ryan does work mostly with Venetian techniques. It's a type of Italian glass blowing. There's a lot of different components that might come together when it comes to that style of glass blowing. Which is why we have, once again, these multiple components coming together for these pieces. But something that he's been trying to work on is sculpting as well, so we might see some of that during this residency. And that's something that he basically won for in the episode that he won on Blown Away. He did a sculpture with a snake and a hat. So you'll get to see how this piece starts from the very beginning. This is just clear glass on the end of this pipe here. It may look orange, but once again, it's just because it's so hot that it's radiating light and heat. So we've blown a single bubble by blowing into the end of this hollow pipe. That air just passes through and pushes into the glass. Also, if you're wondering what that little device was right there, this is a kind of like an air gun or an air nozzle with compressed air. They were blowing onto the glass, and this is just to cool it down a little bit faster than if we were to just leave it sitting out in the air. We want this glass to be mostly cooled until the point where it's pretty solid, because next we're going to be dropping some color on top of this bubble, and this is exactly the process that I was describing to some of you earlier, which is called a color drop or color overlay. It creates a layer of color across the entire piece. So this, once again, is just completely molten color bars, just solid color through and through. We've dropped it on top of that bubble. And then we'll go through the process of rolling and pushing that color back until it completely covers up that clear. Also, just a little, oh wait, yeah, we'll wait, okay. So eventually we're going to be kind of giving a little bit of a presentation to the students that we have in here, which you guys might find interesting too, but it's mostly connecting to projects they've done in school. But it's just teaching them a little bit about conduction and convection in the hot shop. It's a really cool program. It's called Science of Art, so we'll send people out to the schools and then the kids get to come here. So eventually we'll be giving that little presentation. But for now, I will continue walking you through this process. So we're rolling this color on this metal table here called the marver. It's pushing that color back, as I was previously describing. And just to recap on the hot shop itself, these furnaces that we're working in, these are running between 21 and 2300 degrees Fahrenheit. So that temperature, the glass would be completely molten if it were at that temperature itself, kind of the texture of honey. But of course, we're not going to work with it that hot. So it's more of like a taffy or putty texture, somewhere in between 1000 and 2000 degrees Fahrenheit. And our glass is mostly coming from these large tanks with the closed doors. These are our glass furnaces specifically. So it's just a pool of clear molten glass inside of a giant ceramic crucible sitting inside of those. And those are huge. Usually when you go into hot shops, obviously the hot shop's usually not going to be this big, and the glass furnaces are going to be kind of tiny. These hold 1,000 pounds of glass each. So they're huge. Just want to emphasize this hot shop is very professional, and people from across the world dream of coming in here one day, especially because of the hot shop team that works here as well. So everyone that's down on the floor except for our visiting artists, they all work here at the Museum of Glass, and they have between 20 and 30 years of glassblowing experience, pretty much full-time, professionally. So they are very professional. And it looks like we might give the kids the presentation now. So once again, this is the Science of Art presentation. And could we have those slides, please? Thank you. So I'm handing off the mic to one of our Science of Art employees. Yeah, I'll bring it.
Okay, welcome again to First Creek Middle School to the Museum of Glass Hot Shop. We're gonna go over your Science of Art slideshow that you did in the class just to dust up on your lesson. So next slide, we're gonna go over the conduction of heat through an aluminum bar. So conduction is the transfer of heat through a material by direct contact. The cold water on the left side is like the hands at the end of the pipe. The bar in the middle of the styrofoam cups are like the space between the hands and the hot glass. Next slide, the convection of heat. Using honey as our fluid, as we did in the classroom experiment, convection is the heat transfer by the movement of a heated fluid. The viscosity of glass changes when it is heated or cooled, similar to how the honey moves differently when it was heated within the classroom. So that means when we get the glass really hot, we're able to manipulate the shape or blow it out a bit more. When it starts to cool down, it won't be as malleable. And the next slide is radiation using a heat lamp with black and silver cans. Next slide. So radiation is the emission or transmission of energy in the form of waves or particles through space or material medium. In the hot shop, you can feel the heat radiating from the glory hole. Can you guys feel the heat from where you are? The glory holes are those large ovens with the orange doors there. The glory hole is about 2,300 degrees. And as you can see, the shield in front of the glory hole helps protect the artist from heat. So if we use pads or paddles, or if we use shields, we always have to have different methods to keep the heat from hitting us. Be sure to pay attention to what the MC is talking about, Miss Mackenzie. And towards the end, we'll have a couple trivia questions for prizes, okay? All right. Thank you, guys.
Yeah, so I have been wanting to just have a little bit of fun for a while. So were thinking about doing some trivia at some point. I'll do some trivia for the kids, and then I'll also have trivia for the audience if you guys want to participate as well. And I'll give away a piece of glass that I personally made. It's just a cute little bowl, if anyone's curious. Yeah, it'll be fun. Up on the screen, we have the slideshow going of our visiting artist artwork. I know a lot of you guys haven't been able to see this quite yet. So once again, this is what Ryan Thompson usually works on. He works with a lot of Venetian glassware. So a lot of interconnected pieces of glass. Sometimes this means things like goblets, which are really small scale, really intricate. Sometimes he works larger scale, like these pieces you're seeing here. At this point, we've gathered a layer of clear over top of that color. And then we went in with a block, which is this wooden spoon-shaped tool. We're just smoothing and evening the surface of the glass out. This wooden tool is kept in water constantly whenever it's not being used, so it's completely saturated. And this prevents the wood from burning very much. So it's basically creating this layer of steam in between the wood and the glass, and it's shaping that glass. And this is just to make sure that the bubble blows out evenly from within all of this glass. If we were to just gather clear and then try to blow the bubble straight out, we could have it kind of blow out into the sides or in areas that are a little bit hotter than others. So this balances the heat out and the thickness out. And could we have a view of the center bench again, please? Thank you. And I just want to reiterate real quick, if anyone has any questions, feel free to just raise your hand and let me know. It's a little bit hard for me to keep track of who's coming in when, so there could have been little things that you've missed, such as temperatures or what exactly we're making, so just let me know. Oh, did you have a question? And now we are using this pad here. This is actually just folded up newspaper that we've soaked or splashed with water. That is it. And this is as close as you'll see or get to using our hands to shape the glass. And you can kind of feel the glass with some of the tools you use. You're obviously not feeling the heat, but you could feel yourself squeezing into the glass and changing the shape. You could feel yourself cutting with the tools, and it feels kind of like you're cutting taffy. Yeah, it's really interesting. The texture of this glass is kind of like taffy or putty. But this pad is going to allow us to shape the glass. If we're staying on the side of the glass, this is going to push it outward, creating a little bit of a longer, narrower bubble. If we were to push on the end, this would create a squatter and wider shape. And we haven't used these torches very much yet today, but I'll make sure to point them out when we do. They get much louder and bigger. I think that those might be little embers, kind of little pieces of ash coming off from the paper as it burns. Yeah, we use quite a few burnable tools in the hot shop. It's pretty surprising. We'll use wooden paddles and those wooden spoon-shaped tools, and we'll use the newspapers, and they do burn and get used up over time, but as long as we treat them right, they do last a decent amount of time. Yeah, so this is a blowpipe, which means that it's completely hollow like a straw. So whenever you see somebody's mouth on the end of the pipe, this is them blowing air through the pipe and then into the glass, which is expanding it like a balloon. So this is going to be a completely hollow, completely blown piece, just like these that we have up here as well. Those are hollow. Yes, so really good question. I just got a question about kids design glass, and this residency actually relates to kids design glass, which I'll talk about in a moment. First, I'll answer your question, of course. But kids design glass is something that kids 12 and under can do. So, are you within that age group? Yeah? Okay. So, all you have to do is, I think in the education center right here, right outside of the hot shop door to your left, they should have those papers available. You just draw your drawing on it, and then you put some information on it and submit it. And that has the chance to turn into glass for anyone that's wondering and hasn't heard of that. It's a really incredible program, and that's something that relates to today once again, because Ryan Thompson created a kids design glass piece basically within the Netflix show Blown Away. It was a singular episode, and it was relating to kids design glass, and he created a black hat with a snake kind of going in and around it, and he won that episode and then therefore won a residency here at the museum, which is really cool. And the person who's a guest judge on that episode, by the way, was our hot shop manager, Ben Cobb. So everything's just tying together. It's just a really cool episode. And by the way, if you're 12 and up, or maybe older than 12, there is another option for you. You can't do kids design glass, but here in Tacoma, they have a program called Hilltop Artists, and it allows you to blow glass yourself. And that's something that I started when I was 15. So that's something I really recommend as well. If anyone has any questions about that, feel free to let me know. Yeah, by the way, I just want to share real quick something was brought to my attention. Like, someone's curious about something that they're going to do this weekend we actually have a live stream constantly going anytime we're in the hot shop. So if you ever are like, oh man, there's this really important day coming up. Oh, there's this really cool artist that I love coming in, and you don't have time to come down to the hot shop. You could just pull up the live stream on YouTube or on our website, and you can just watch us blow glass all day. And you'll hear my narration through that live stream too. So you'll be able to still keep up with what's going on in the hot shop. Okay, so for the Science of Art kids here, I'm just going to ask a couple of questions, and then you guys might get a little prize, of course. So, first one that I wanted to try out is what kind of science would we be using when we are cooling the pipe down in our pipe cooler? And of course, if you want to answer, you have to raise your hand. And then this one's going to test your memory. How hot are the furnaces? The glory hole specifically, the furnace that we use to reheat the glass. So I just want to point out that we're letting this glass cool down a little bit before we gather our next layer of clear. Also, I think I see some new faces here and there, so I just want to quickly reintroduce what we have going on. So today we have Ryan Thompson here. He's the one in the white t-shirt, and he's our visiting artist. So he creates whatever he wants today. He gets to take it home with him eventually. And everyone else here is just assisting him in making these creations come to life. They are our hot shop team. Also, it looks like we're finally starting to use some of those torches. That's why I have the closed captioning on the screen. That should help us out quite a bit. But those torches run around the same temperature as the furnaces, between 21 and 2300 degrees Fahrenheit. But we use them to focus heat on just one section of the glass, of course. And we are using that pipe cooler that I pointed out a little bit earlier. It's just going to allow us to handle the pipe closer to the glass again. That heat does start to travel towards our hands every now and then. And we are setting up for something really important and exciting. I love this process. We are going to stuff a cup. So we have a cup of glass right here at the center bench. We're going to break it off, and we're going to set it inside of this heated ring that we placed at those stairs. And then we'll literally stuff that bubble of glass we've been working on inside of that cup to pick it up. And this is what's giving us these really interesting lines and kind of waves of designs across the surface of the glass, which might be kind of hard to see, but I'll make sure to point it out more in a minute. So as we stuff this down, it touches the bottom of the cup first. As they push, this fills the cup up all the way to the top. So now we have those lines of color picked up on the outside of our piece. And if anyone's curious, by the way, those lines of color are achieved through something called cane, which this is a similar enough example. It's just a stick of colored glass like I have here. And the process of making that is really satisfying too. It's kind of like pulling taffy. So the furnace that we have with the closed doors over here, is that one of them that you've been looking at? So this is our glass furnace, and it literally holds a pool of molten glass inside of a ceramic crucible. And so whenever we go inside of there, we're trying to get more glass on the end of our pipe in some sort of way. And whenever we use any of our other furnaces, we do have 2 of the reheating furnaces on, but there's not a significant difference between the 2. We just need 2 workstations at the same time. So we've just started to roll this glass on the table called the marver. We are trying to make sure that cup is conforming all the way to the side of the piece. And then we slowly expand the bubble within by blowing into the end of the pipe. And I'm going to check in and see what's going on over on the left bench as well. Yeah, so on this left bench, we are working with some glass, but it's not very significant at this moment. What we're doing is we are doing a little bit of prep work. So we're gathering a little bit of clear glass on the end of this pipe, and we'll set it aside in this big silver box here called the garage, where it'll stay warm at 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. And that is just warm for glass. It's completely solid at that temperature. It's kind of a happy medium. So we'll get that ready, we'll set it aside, keep it warm, and then eventually we'll bring it back out and attach it to the bottom of our giant piece. Like these pieces, you can see this is the bottom. It has kind of this chunk of clear left over on the bottom. That's exactly where we're going to be attaching that pipe later. And then it's kind of acting as a second handle. So you'll see that eventually later on in the process. And just to point out, once again, that these pieces also have those same lines of color across the surface from the cane, but they are made with a special type of glass called duro, so it's supposed to be a little bit of a harder glass, which is why we have this raised texture. Even though they're the same color and kind of the same glass, it should have just melted in flat. but instead we have these raised lines. So really this is just to create texture more than anything else, of course. And the same idea is being applied to the piece of the center bench. And I was not here for the creation of these patterns that they have on the outside of the piece, but I do know that they started with basically stick straight lines. They probably twisted the glass over and over again onto itself to create kind of these zigzags of patterns. And if you're wondering what's happening with this wooden paddle, this is not really touching the glass right now, but it's being used to shield the artist's hands and arms from the heat that's coming off of the glass. The glass is radiating so much heat, it almost feels like you're standing too close to a fire or you're getting like an extreme sunburn very rapidly. So we always make sure to stand by with those paddles. So usually when you see a glass blowing team in general, see about 3 people. There's one person sitting at the bench, there's one person shielding with those paddles, and there's one person on the end blowing. And sometimes a more well-rounded team for a very big piece would be 4 people, so you can have somebody constantly heating up your piece for you, so you're not expending all that energy just by yourself. And the person who sits at the bench, they're called the gaffer. They're kind of like the glass blowing team leader, of course. And they tell everybody what they need. And it looks like we are next doing a really important step right here. We're going in with a pair of jacks, which are these 2 metal blades. And we are squeezing down, creating a jack line. So this is where we break the piece off of the pipe later on. You can see how much this art takes. It takes a lot of strength, it takes a lot of knowledge, and it takes a lot of teamwork. You can't really blow glass by yourself. Not very easily anyways. So this right here, whenever we hold the glass down towards the floor, this is letting gravity pull it out, stretch it out, giving us a longer, thinner shape. But this swinging, this is creating centrifugal force, and it's basically speeding up that process so we have a little bit of a longer piece, even faster. Sometimes you'll even see them do a 360 spin, but That doesn't usually happen with pieces this big, that's for sure. And it looks like we've just started pulling out the bottom of the piece. So because we pulled the bottom of the piece out a little bit and then we started to marver it, rolling it on that metal table once again, we have created this kind of point on the end of our piece, which you can see a lot of these pieces have this really nice pointed shape, both on the top and the bottom, so a little bit of symmetry there. And just as a reminder, this piece will turn out relatively similar in design to these guys right here. The only thing is we're going to end up with a little bit of a squatter shape overall instead of these longer shapes that you're seeing right here. And of course, I think a lot of you guys joined in after we did this, but we already created the neck and these rings that go along with the neck. We already created those, and those are sitting inside of this big silver box right here, staying warm, called the garage, which we used earlier as well. So eventually, once we have the body of this piece created, we'll bring those pieces out and just attach them one by one to complete the piece. So it's being assembled in multiple components, basically. So this small torch right here, it's not usually supposed to do that, but this is the hottest item in the hot shop, and it can get up to around 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit. So just to compare, the completely molten glass, when it's the texture of honey, is at 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit. So that's over double the heat of the molten glass itself. So this is going to very, very quickly heat up a small section of glass. And this is running off of propane and oxygen for a more focused flame. All of the other things we use in the hot shops are all just running off of natural gas, period. Also, it might be kind of hard to see what's happening right here, but we were using the strap of the jacks, which is that large flat end, kind of where the handle is, to cool down and flatten a certain section of the glass. We'll frequently do this to prevent the glass from blowing out too much in that one direction, and we want to kind of thin it out in other areas instead, so we'll cool down that one area, leave the other areas hot. Or sometimes we just use it for flattening very briefly. But this does make the jacks pretty warm in that area, so we have to be careful not to touch that section of the jacks when we go to pick them up again. Yeah, you never burn yourself on the glass in the hot shop, surprisingly, or the furnaces, the two things that seem the scariest, right? Instead, it's like a tool that looks cold because you can't tell, or just any piece of metal in the hot shop. So whenever you're in a hot shop, you just never touch anything metal that you don't know about because you don't know if it's hot or not. So we are blowing this out a little bit more, and Ryan is on the bottom of the piece with the newspapers, just continuing that kind of wide and flat shape. Yeah, if anyone's curious about what it feels like to literally blow glass, you usually blow relatively gently, probably more gentle than you think. If you blow too hard, then you thin out the piece of glass even thinner than paper, and it's just going to break. As soon as you get it too hot, it'll just melt in on itself, or if you tap it, it'll just splinter apart, kind of like, I don't know. There's not really a good descriptor for this, but it gets really, really thin if you're not careful. Oh, and this is the pipe that we were using earlier. Some of you guys were here for that. This is the panti. We created a couple of layers of clear on the end of this pipe, and we've brought it over as a handle, basically. So we'll attach it to the bottom of the piece, and then we will create a line using the jacks. This is going to be a breaking point for taking this pipe off as well, because this is just a temporary connection still. And then once we have this connection set up and it's not moving so much anymore, then we'll go ahead and break this piece completely off of its original pipe. So this is always an exciting, but also a little bit of a scary moment. We have to make sure that that connection, the new connection, is hot. So here we go to break it off. We apply a little bit of water. This is cracking the connection from thermal shock. And then we tap the pipe, and that sends a vibration to those cracks and snaps that piece right off. Right here, they're just trying to center the piece a little bit with the pipe, and they're supporting that weight, making sure it's not flopping all over the place. So they're not quite trying to open it up yet, but they have a little bit more work to do. They're probably going to both stretch out the top a little bit to kind of thin out that area of the glass, and then they'll close the opening just a little bit more. They don't want the opening too wide, otherwise these extra pieces aren't going to fit on the top of the vessel. And could I have Ryan's artwork up on the screen again, please? So I just want to play this slideshow for anyone that hasn't seen it yet. Once again, this is our visiting artist slideshow of his previously made artwork, and he's the one in the white t-shirt who's been working continuously on this piece at the center bench. And he does mostly work with Venetian techniques when it comes to his glass, so his pieces have multiple components that are coming together. They have these kind of purposeful forms where it's a vase or a goblet. And he has been getting a little bit more experimental with his work. We might even see some sculpting during this residency at some point. And I just want to try something a little fun. If anyone wants to answer a question, then maybe you can receive a little glass prize. I wanted to ask if anyone remembers the name of these lines that are across the piece. How did we achieve that? What is it called? Yeah, cane, exactly. Yeah, so we use cane to create these lines of color or these lines of texture across the glass. And this is yet another example of cane. It's usually the thickness and the length of a pencil. And that's something that we used for even some of the pieces that are kind of up behind the hot shop. So I just want to point out at this point we have closed, not closed completely, but really created a small opening for this piece. It went from really large to really small, and we've created this big disc of glass on the end that we just broke off. That was all just excess. We always want to break off the opening of a piece, and this is usually done by either trimming, where we cut the glass off, or it's done by this method, which creates that smaller opening instead. But the area where the glass was previously connected to the pipe, that opening, tends to be a little bit jagged, uneven, and sometimes the glass is pretty thick there as well. So we want to get rid of that extra glass before we move on. And now that we've done that, we'll be able to soon start attaching those extra pieces that we made earlier. Once again, those rings and the neck for our piece. And I tend to get a lot of questions about why we use these torches in the first place if we have those furnaces. So I just want to talk about the torch briefly, real quick. So the torch, once again, it's just going to heat up a section of the glass at a time, right? So we'll heat up the entire piece overall inside of the furnace, but if you watch as we're going in and as we're coming out, the front end of the piece is going in first, and it's also coming out last. So the front of the piece tends to get really, really warm, and the back end of the piece tends to stay pretty cold. And so to balance that heat out, we tend to torch the back end of the piece a lot, especially as we get close to the end of the project. We'll really start heating up the back of the piece like we are right now. And just to point out, we used a kind of like an air gun, a compressed air gun, to blow some more air into the piece. This has completely rounded it out with that little bit of heat that was left over. Yeah. So I actually just got two questions about the same thing, pretty much. So I just wanted to point out these lines on the surface of the piece real quick. We have these on the piece of the center bench already, and these are achieved through something called cane, which are basically these sticks of colored glass. But with these pieces, interestingly enough, we're using black on black. So you can't really see the difference that much, especially when it cools down. You're not going to have this orange underneath the black on top. It's just going to be black on black, like these ones. But to make it a little bit more obvious, Ryan will usually sandblast the surface of the glass, and that kind of allows you to see the lines better instead of just having shininess. Yeah, you have to heat the cane up before you use it in the hot shop, at least to about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit, usually a little bit warmer. And interestingly enough, this is a process that I didn't come in to see. They created a clear cup with the cane design already on it, and then they created a black bubble of glass and stuffed it inside of the cup to pick the cane design up on the outside. So really complex techniques that they're using there. Might be kind of hard to imagine, but it was done on a previous date, the cane design, I mean, and then they were able to create it completely today. So this cane, I was told, is Duro, which is a special type of glass that's really hard. So that's why we have these raised lines and they didn't melt in completely or smooth out. It's really interesting. If we did not use Duro, they would have completely melted in. You guys wouldn't have been able to see the design on the surface at all. So we've just brought over our first disc, and to attach this, we superheated the opening of the piece and then are just barely pressing this disc into the top. We want to make sure it adheres completely, but we don't want to completely squish the top of the piece in, so it's definitely a balance. And at this point, this is when we're going to just continue to build upon those rings, and we're going to finish the piece pretty shortly. I will point out as well that these rings do have a small hole or opening in the center of them each, just to make sure that we're not creating a vacuum in this piece. And a vacuum is when we create a piece of glass that's completely closed off, kind of like you would imagine an ornament is completely closed off sphere of glass. And I'm not sure how ornaments don't do this, but if you do that with a piece of glass like this, it will implode on itself as it slowly cools down. It's really interesting, yeah. So we always just make sure that there's an opening somewhere, whether it's a tiny little hidden opening in the bottom of the piece that you'll never see, or whether the piece is just completely open like a vase, like this one. But we always want to make sure that we're not creating a vacuum. Also, we have a school group coming in, so just fair warning, I'm going to get a lot of questions from them, as I usually tend to, which I love the questions. But if you guys ever want to get my attention, if you have a question of your own, raise your hand, and I'll see you. I won't be able to hear you, probably, but I'll be able to see you. So, welcome to everyone who just joined us in the hot shot. I just want to tell you all what we have going on today, and then I'm actually going to pass the microphone off to your kind of guide that you have today, Emily. So, my name's Mackenzie. Today we have a visiting artist in here. His name is Ryan Thompson. He's the one in the white t-shirt. And he is creating a piece kind of similar to what we already have on display. The only difference is we're creating a little bit of a shorter, wider piece. Everyone else that's here is kind of just assisting him in making these pieces, but he gets to do whatever he wants with these. He could take them home, he can sell them, put them in a gallery. And I am going to pass the microphone off to someone who's going to talk about this program that we have called Science of Art, which is for these kids here. You guys are welcome to pay attention to it, the general audience, but it's kind of classroom oriented. And that slideshow is up now, so here you are.
Once again, welcome to First Creek Middle School to the hot shop here at the Museum of Glass. I hope you guys have had a really fun tour this morning, as well as I hope lunch was great. As you know, my name is Emily, and if you have any questions after this, feel free to ask. Let's go to the first slide just to dust up on what you guys did in school with your experiments. So, conduction of heat through an aluminum bar. Conduction is the transfer of heat through a material by direct contact. The cold water on the left side is like the hands at the end of the pipe. The bar in the middle of the styrofoam cups are like the space between the hands and the hot glass. Next slide is the convection of heat. So using honey as our fluid, as we did in the classroom experiment, convection is transferred by the movement of a heated fluid. The viscosity of glass changes when it's heated or cooled, similar to how honey moves differently when it was heated within the classroom. So when the glass is really hot, we're able to blow it out a lot. When it starts to cool down, we can't blow it nearly as much. And so the next slide is radiation. Using a heat lamp with black and silver cans. So radiation is the emission or transmission of energy in the forms of waves or particles through space or material medium. So can you guys feel the heat radiating from that oven there with the doors open, the glory hole? Can you guys feel some of the heat more so over here or over here? Can we feel it a little bit? Yeah, so the glory holes is where we're going into with a black piece of glass now. The glory holes are about 2,300 degrees, and so they're super duper hot. And the way that we protect ourselves from radiating heat is the shield. So you'll see Gabe standing in front of the shield there, not directly in front of the glory hole, or we'll use different type of paddles to protect ourselves from the heat that's radiating from the glass. So as we continue to listen to Miss McKenzie, be sure to pay close attention, and at the end we'll have a couple trivia questions for you guys to win some prizes, okay? Thank you.
Yeah, so if anyone has any questions, and this applies to the Science of Art kids, this applies to the general audience, feel free to just raise your hand and let me know at any point. I can answer any questions about the museum or about the glass in general, or just about glass, period. I've had a lot of people ask me about different kinds of glass, for example, like the difference between a windshield or a pair of glasses or Tupperware, or no, wait, not that, sorry. What's it called again? It's right on the tip of my tongue. That's okay. So we're still just continuing to heat up the back end of the piece. Once again, this is getting cold pretty quickly. We want to make sure to apply extra heat almost continuously. And Ryan is just slightly widening the opening of this piece. And because we're not using this very often at the moment, I want to point out to you all where we're getting the glass in the first place, which is this large tank right here. Inside of it is sitting a pool of molten glass inside of a giant ceramic tank. And as you heard earlier, the temperatures of this, it's sitting at exactly 2100 degrees Fahrenheit. And it stays at that temperature all the time. We never turn it off, we never turn it down. If anything, we turn it up when we add new glass mixture to it. And at this point, we've attached the neck to this piece. Ryan is just pushing it down, evening that connection out a little bit more. This piece is almost done. As you can see, the top of this neck is still closed off just a little bit, so we have to widen that opening before it being completely done. Also, yes, that little jump that you saw on the bench, that is really scary when something like that happens, because to break a piece off, we'll tap the pipe to send a vibration through it, and that vibration breaks any weak points in the glass. And we'll purposefully create a weak point where we want it to break. But whenever we create a vibration just during the making process, it's really scary because it can just break the piece off onto the floor, which is definitely not what we want. And I just want to point out once again that the final color for this piece is going to be fully black. And we actually have these really small, intricate lines of detail across the surface of the piece. If you guys were closer to the finished pieces over here, you'd be able to see those lines a lot better. But this was created by something using cane. So just these sticks of colored glass. We lay them out and we pick them up and we can twist them to create those exact designs that you're seeing on the final product. So some new people might have joined here and there, so I just want to say that we're finishing this piece up. We're getting pretty close to finishing it anyways. The person who's designed and is mostly creating this piece, his name is Ryan Thompson. So one in the white t-shirt at the center bench. Everyone else works here at the museum pretty much full-time in the hot shop, and they are just assisting him in creating this piece. And this is what they do whenever they have visiting artists coming through. They'll always assist that visiting artist in creating those pieces, and they can do whatever they want with those from there, whether it be sell them, take them home with them, or put them in galleries. And the reason that Ryan Thompson is here is because he actually won an episode on a show called Blown Away on Netflix. It's a competitive glassblowing show if you haven't heard of it. And he won an episode that our hot shop manager was actually on as a guest judge. He's the one all the way in the back in the black shirt. And it was a kids design glass related episode, which if you've been through the museum, you've probably seen all the kids designs that were turned into glass. That's exactly what this episode was about. And Ryan created a piece that was a black hat with a snake kind of coming out and going around it. And so because he won that episode, he was invited to come here for a full residency and just make whatever he wanted. And what he makes usually is kind of Venetian techniques and styles when it comes to his artwork. So we have all these different components coming together for these individual pieces. Such as the ones we have on display. The neck and all of these individual rings around the neck and the body of the piece are all separate, and they're just brought together one by one, just like this piece we've made here. But something you might see as well is you might see Ryan Thompson sculpt a little bit during this residency. That's something that he's been experimenting with a little bit, and he wants to improve on for his art. And yeah, just let me know if you guys have any questions. So just a question. Yeah, of course. If you want to answer this question, you have to raise your hand, just first off, before I even ask it. But for the kiddos in the Science of Art program, I wanted to ask you guys a couple questions that might help your understanding. So we have this here, a pipe cooler. Splashes a little bit of water to cool the pipe. And when we are cooling the pipe down here, what type of science is it using? This is going to relate to some things that you've learned, so think about it. And once you're ready, then raise your hand if you have the answer. I have closed captioning on the screen. Now, I don't want to miss this important moment in the hot shop. So I'm just going to narrate this real quick. We're getting ready to break this piece off and put it away. So we're heavily torching this area where the glass is connected to the pipe. And then once we see a little bit of movement in that connection, we know it's safe to apply water and break it off. If we break the piece off when it's too cold in that area, it can actually crack the bottom of the piece. So that's why we're heating up this area so much before we do that. And we're also going to heat up any quote-unquote weak points of the piece, so where we've connected all these discs and any thin areas of the glass, because when we break this off, we will create that vibration that travels through the glass and it breaks the weak point, remember? And if we have any other weak points, then where we want to break it off, then it can break those parts too. So it's just making sure everything is staying warm and nothing is getting too cold or too weak. And then we'll go ahead, apply some water, and then tap the pipe to break it off. So this is the exciting moment. It's when we completely finish the piece and put it away. And when we do put it away, by the way, we're going to be placing it inside of a big box, kind of like what we have on our far walls. These are annealers, and it slowly cools the glass down, at least overnight. So we won't see it again until tomorrow, maybe even longer, depending on how thick this piece of glass is. So to protect ourselves when we put this piece away, we always put on these big Kevlar gloves. These are the same material as firefighting suits, apparently. And you can still kind of feel the heat through these, so you want to handle the glass as little as possible. Just put it away as quickly as possible, both for the glass sake and your own. And we also have this face shield, so we can kind of lean into the annealer a little bit if we need to. I'm not going to get blasted with that 1,000 degree Fahrenheit heat. Well, to be super specific, it's at 925 degrees Fahrenheit, but that's close enough to 1,000. So now to break this off, we're just going to apply a little bit of water to this point we want it to break on. Once again, this is cracking the glass from thermal shock. And then we will tap the pipe. And that was a successful break. So that piece is done, and we won't see it again until tomorrow. Yeah, it's always super relieving to see it go in there because then you know it's safe. It's just going to stay in there and slowly cool down. We don't have to worry about heating it up anymore. And I think I do want to ask you all a little trivia question if you guys want to win something small just for fun. Does anyone remember what piece Ryan Thompson made to win this residency? So we already had a correct answer in the back here. I was just trying to think of a way to get it to her. I'm so sorry. I do have other trivia questions I can ask as well, though. Okay, another trivia question for the students. I'm trying to think of a good one here. Okay, so I mentioned this a lot. This is going to test if you were listening to me. What did we use to create these lines across the surface of these pieces here? And remember to, oh, I did talk about it for sure. Yeah, so someone was really close, so I can give a hint to you all. It's a stick of colored glass. What is a stick of colored glass called? I'll give you a hint. It's related to candy. It's related to candy. It was cane. Yeah, I had a hand raise over here. Yep. And speaking of candy, candy cane. And could we actually have the kids design glass video real quick, please? And then I think we'll call it.
It's a baby monster. Pip is a baby monster that loves to smile and laugh. Even though he's little and cute, he gives a big cry. Also, Pip loves food, especially bananas. He will eat any speck of food in sight.
Amazing, totally amazing. And then especially if the pieces of art go traveling around, other kids will see, oh my gosh, I could do that too. You know, it's not just somebody else that, you know, they did it, you know, I couldn't do that. Absolutely not. Anyone can do this. And I think that's what it shows the kids.
Maybe not everybody can win them.
But, and
I think it's gonna stand up there with one of the coolest things that a museum has ever done.
What is it, a cucumber all dressed up for a night on the town? That's pretty ridiculously funny.
The funnest part about this project is how fresh the ideas are coming from the kids who they have no idea of glass blowing techniques. They don't care.
Nobody saw this coming. We'd make one piece and it was given to the family. And then we realized, well, wait a second, there's something more here. We started to get more drawings, more interesting drawings, and it really kind of snowballed a little bit.
Bacon Boy was special. The hat almost looks like a frying pan.
Maybe he's wearing a frying pan.
that, there's an artist in all of us, I think. So, and it's human nature to be creative. So I think we lose that as we get older sometimes, and it's cool to see this pure creative nature that children possess. So I think it's cool to share that with the rest of the world, hopefully. So.
Thank you for supporting Kids Design Glass.
Yeah, so I had someone in the audience ask me earlier how you can participate in Kids Design Class. And this is something you can just take the sheet of paper home with you today if you want to. If you have time, you can sit and do it here too. But I don't know, you guys have a big group, so I don't know if you could do that. But you have to be 12 and under specifically. So if you're over 12, you can't do it. Okay, let me continue. So you draw on the piece of a paper, and then on the back, there's all this information that you fill out. It's completely free. You just turn it in, and then you have a chance for it to turn into glass. It's almost like a raffle. They like pull the piece of paper, and then they choose a piece. So it's only one piece a month. But you have a chance to create a piece of glass, basically. So yeah, it's pretty cool. And they have those pieces of paper in the education studio, sometimes at the front desk, so you guys can find them. Yeah, so I'm going to kind of walk around, check in, look at what we're doing here. And it looks like we have some cane laid out. So if you haven't seen this process already, once again, cane, these are just sticks of colored glass. And these are black pieces of cane with a little bit of clear on the outside of that black. And they've laid them out on this tray. They'll use this to lightly heat them up so that they stick to the outside of this bubbles that Ryan is making over at the center bench. And this is how they create these designs on the surface of the piece. Once again, it might be a little bit hard to see them because it's black on black, but we have kind of this raised texture across the surface of the glass, and this is exactly how we get that texture. So we're doing basically a little bit of prep work right now, but exciting prep work, where we create a cup of clear glass with the design of those black lines across the surface. And then later on, how we use that is we'll take another bubble of glass and we'll stuff it inside of the cup to pick it up, and it creates those lines on the outside of the piece. And we do this just to make sure that the cane is all the way on the surface of the glass to give it that texture, of course. If it were buried underneath layers of glass, it might be harder to see them, or maybe impossible to see them. So the center bench, this is all just clear glass so far, and we have not blown a bubble in it yet. It's still just completely solid, but it is on a blowpipe, so eventually you'll see them put their mouths on the end of the pipe. That's them pushing air through and then expanding that glass like a balloon. And this is our glass furnace, if you haven't seen it already. It holds a pool of up to 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass at 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit. And let me know if any of you guys ever have any questions just by raising your hand. That way I can see you and walk over to you wherever you are in the hot shop. Yeah, such as, you know, who's here today? Yeah, so that's a good question. There's so many ways to get into glass blowing, and I've met so many different glass artists that have come through the hot shop and have different stories to tell. For example, Gabe over on the right, he just happened to be across from a hot shop and then just kind of started working for them and started getting a little bit of experience, and then it just built and built and built from there. Some people, they'll be apprentices, such as this hot shop here. They actually have apprenticeship programs, I think. And some people, they'll go to a college that has glass blowing. Some people will go to specifically a glass school where they only teach glass, such as Pilchuck, which is 2 hours north of us. And so there's just infinite options. I personally, they have a program out here where you can start blowing glass at 12 and up, and I started at 15. And it's not like I'm a professional artist or anything, but I still get to blow glass every now and then. And I am actually a teacher in a program here called Hot Shop Heroes. So if anyone is veteran or military or knows anyone that is and is interested in blowing glass, that's something that they can participate in. Yeah, there's just so many different options. There's someone who started in that program, just taking those classes from beginning to intermediate to advanced level, and then he became one of the instructors alongside me as well. So. Yeah, I'm pretty passionate about glass, so I can answer a lot of your questions. And as long as it's just glass related in some sort of way. I'm even planning on traveling to Italy soon and maybe learning about Italian glass blowing a little bit, because that's where our glass blowing in the US originated, is from Italian glass blowing. Also, at this point, we have picked up the cane on the outside of this clear glass. So now we have these really raised lines of black color across the piece. In some pieces, we'll leave the lines just straight like this, and we have just stripes of color on the piece. Sometimes we'll twist those lines and we'll have a spiral of color around the piece. We could do pretty much anything you can imagine. And just to show it off a little bit, some of these pieces in the back, up on the wall. Those ones, some of them, they use cane as well to get these really intricate designs inside the glass. Yeah, so I was asking our visiting artist earlier today what we were going to work on throughout the day, and he started with a piece kind of similar to this one, but it was squatter and wider. Did you get to see that one finished, or no, you came in just after? So we just created a piece kind of similar to this one. It had a longer neck, and it was a little bit wider and shorter overall. And we might see something like this again. Something that I know for sure is we're going to have a similar design where it's going to be a shape like this, and we have discs, and we have a neck, and we have these lines across the surface of the glass for texture. But we might be seeing some transparent colors this time instead of a black background. But I'm not quite sure. Sometimes they will change their minds last second or change the design a little bit. And that can depend on just the way the glass is flowing or just the way their brain is working in that moment. So we will blow this glass out into a cup, and that is probably going to take until about 1, maybe a little bit later. And then we'll take a lunch break for an hour, and then when we come back, we will create one of those full pieces. And the last one we made took from 10 to 12, so about 2 hours from our lunch break. So once we start blowing, it is usually faster from that point, but I would say maybe once we start blowing, it's about halfway through the process, usually. Oh yeah, yeah. We heat up the glass continuously no matter what we're making, no matter what glass we're working with, because we have to make sure it doesn't drop below a certain temperature. So no matter what, we're going to be heating it up, even if it's completely solid, because once the glass reaches 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit, it's solid, which sounds crazy. It's really hot for us, but for the glass, it's just barely warm enough. Yeah, so for those who didn't see it earlier, the piece we made and finished is sitting inside of that big black box over on the right, and that's called an annealer, and it just slowly cools the glass down from about 925 degrees Fahrenheit all the way to room temperature. And this is usually about a 12-hour long process, but I think for these pieces it's even longer because I think we're not even seeing the pieces that they made yesterday, for example. They're still slowly cooling down. No, yeah, not really. It's just some heating coils kind of around the sides of the box, and it's pretty well insulated. And then it's programmed where it just slowly ticks down. So it's really, really controlled. Yeah, thanks for all the good questions. This is making me happy. So the color for a blown piece in general is added at the very beginning, and we'll usually use something called color bar like this right here. We get these shipped in, so I don't know exactly to a T how they make these, but it's different metals and minerals mixed into kind of a sand mixture in a big barrel, and then they melt it all together, and then they will roll it out into these bars and then ship them off to places like us. And we will just take a section of it, really. This piece of glass right here is actually amber. It's just so rich that it looks black. But we'll just take a section of it, we'll melt it down, and we will spread it over top of a small clear bubble. So it's really just a layer of color sandwiched between layers of clear. And yeah, these pieces so far, they've all just been black with black cane over top of them. Once again, cane are those raised lines of color that we're working with right now. But like I said, we might see some colored glass used later on as well. So you might be able to see a little bit more of a contrast with these pieces. And as for the cane making, this is something I wish you guys could see in the hot shop because it's really satisfying. It's like pulling taffy. But we will start with a piece of color bar on the end of our pipe, and then we'll wrap a couple of layers of clear around it, or gather a couple layers of clear. And then we'll attach a second pipe to the other end, and we'll just stretch it in between the two pipes, kind of as far as we can without making the glass too thin, across these wooden ladders like we have right here. And that prevents the hot glass from touching the cold floor, which can cause it to crack pretty spontaneously. And then we just break it up into those small enough pieces, usually about the thickness and the length of a pencil, and then we'll use it like we did right here. But yeah, it's really satisfying. Yeah, so this piece of glass right here is basically going to turn into a large cup with a round bottom, and that's all we're going to do with it before our lunch. And then after the lunch, we'll actually use it to create a larger blown form like this, and that process earlier today took about 2 hours. So it's going to be this plus 2 hours plus our lunch time to create this entire piece. So it's going to be a little while before we see the final result. By the way, the technique that we're using over here, we're heating up this glass and we're kind of smashing it against this grooved plate right here, which is stretching and warping those lines. And that's how we created this sort of squiggly pattern across the surface of the piece instead of just having stick straight lines. And you'll see this with some pieces in the Museum of Glass store even. They'll create pieces of glass that have like a transparent color, for example, and then they have these really thin white lines kind of wiggling across the surface of the glass. And this is exactly how they do that technique as well. Yeah, the store is honestly just like a full another little gallery, so I really recommend checking it out just to look around and compare what you've seen in the hot shop to what you see there. So I just want to point out we've started to blow this bubble out. And for those who have just joined, this right here is basically just a little bit of prep work for what we're going to be working on later today. And if you haven't seen it already, this is some work that was made a couple of days ago during this same residency. This is Ryan Thompson work. He's the one in the white t-shirt there. So he's designing these pieces and making these pieces. So something to point out about these is we have these really intricate lines of design across the surface of the piece. It might be kind of hard to see it from far away because it's black on black, but these lines are what we're creating right now. So this started off as these sticks of colored glass called cane, and we'll lay them out on a tray and heat them up slowly and then roll a clear bubble of glass over top of them to pick them up. So that's the entire process we did just before we started blowing it out. And now that we're blowing it out, we're going to turn it into this large cup with a rounded bottom. And that will perfectly conform to the shape of another bubble of glass that we'll be creating later on and then stuffing inside of this cup to pick it up. I know, it's a kind of a long, complicated process. We should have a stuffed cup diagram that I might be able to show off eventually. This just gives a really good visual as to how these cups are used. But you guys, if you return after our lunch break, you'll be able to see them use the stuffed cup in person when we pick it up and turn it into another one of these objects. And these are completely hollow, just to point out. It's kind of like a vase. It's hollow through the top and into the piece. We've just attached another pipe to the bottom of this piece. We're waiting for that connection to cool down a little bit, and then we'll break this piece off of its original pipe by applying some water and tapping the pipe. And I know that's really fast, but the idea behind that is when we apply the water, it cracks the glass from thermal shock. Then when we tap the pipe, it sends a vibration to those cracks, and it just pops it right off. So now we'll be able to open up this side because we've created this opening where we broke it off. And it will create that cup with those straight walls and just a round bottom. And then we'll just set it aside and use it later on. So we actually, I'm not sure which way they're going to do this, but sometimes we'll put things aside in the garage right here to keep it warm at 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. And then sometimes we'll put it in something like these up in the front, which are annealers, but we load them from the top so we can kind of pick them up from the top. So I'm not sure which one we're going to use. I think that we might use the garage. You would think, but 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit is just barely solid for glass. It's just kind of a happy medium temperature. It's not hot enough to melt it. It's not cold enough to let it crack or break. So it'll just be held at that steady temperature until we're ready to use it. So we opened it up using a pair of jacks, which are those two metal blades, and that was really quick. They applied a lot of heat to the glass, so they just ripped it open. And then they used this pad on the outside of the piece, which is actually just folded up newspaper soaked or splashed with water. That's all that pad was. And using this, if we turn relatively fast, this is going to flare the glass outward from centrifugal force a little bit, and it's pushing into those newspapers, and it's just making sure that the outside of the piece is just completely smooth, and we have just a slight flare outward. And then if they're happy with that, they'll set it aside in the garage, which I mentioned earlier. We'll keep it warm while we take our lunch. Then when we come back, we can just take it out, pop it off the end of the pipe, and stuff a bubble of color inside of it to create one of these pieces. Yeah, I recommend taking a closer look at these. I just want to point out that these are actually not quite finished either. They have these bits of clear attached to the end of them that need to be ground and polished off. And then I was also told by our visiting artist, Ryan Thompson, that he wants to possibly sandblast the surface of the glass, which will kind of create a matte effect. It's not going to be as shiny. And does anyone have any final questions for me before we go on, I think, our lunch? Yeah, does anyone have any final questions? Yeah, okay. If not, then we'll be back in an hour. So we'll see you at about 1:45. Yeah, there we go.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Hot Shop here at the Museum of Glass. Our visiting artist this week is Ryan Thompson. You may notice him from the Netflix series Blown Away. They'll all come out in just a moment, and they'll start the process. But before we get started, with the process, I'll let you guys know exactly what's happening with the different ovens and the furnaces. And then if you guys have any questions, I'll be happy to answer them. My name is Emily. I'll be your MC for the afternoon. And once again, our visiting artist is Ryan Thompson, that's working with us here in the Hot Shop for the week. And so just to give you guys an idea of what's going on here in the Hot Shop, we'll start here with the furnace. Can we please see the furnace diagram? And so when we dip here into the furnace, this is where all the glass, all the hot glass is held. It's powered by natural gas and forced air. It runs 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And it holds about 1,000 pounds of molten glass. And so that is how we gather the glass. It rests at about 2,100 degrees. We'll gather that glass out of the furnace, and then we'll work here at the bench. And then we'll go into the reheating chambers here. The glory holes are these big drums here with the orange openings. Can we please see the glory hole slide? So the reheating chambers are also powered by natural gas and forced air, and they're used to reheat the glass to keep it from breaking, so there's no molten glass inside of them. And the temperature is kept at about 2,300 degrees. And then from there, we'll do a lot, thank you. And then from there, we'll do a lot of work at the bench, shaping and blowing the glass out. And once again, we have our visiting artist is Ryan Thompson this week. He's highly trained in the Venetian techniques, but one of his goals while he's here is to explore sculpting and freeform shape techniques. So we can expect vessels from more of an experimental approach. On Wednesday, we made the items that are here on the podium. There's one laid down on the table. A lot of the things that we do here in the hot shop have to be also finished in the cold shop, so cold working is applied to items to make them stand up. Our cold working shop is in the back, and you can't see it. Who are all the other people? That's a great question. So Ryan's in the white T-shirt, and everyone else here is a part of the Hot Shop team, the core of the Hot Shop team. So Ben Cobb here in the black shirt is the Hot Shop director, and then we have Gabe, he's a part of the Hot Shop team, and then Nick is the Hot Shop technician, and then we also have a full-time cold worker. And so Nick takes care of all of the different machines here. He helped install the new furnaces that we got a couple years back. So all the technical aspects he makes sure is run smoothly. That's a great question. The question is, does he actually have a plan in mind or is he just winging it? No, we have a plan. There's a plan. The plan takes a few steps to get to the actual result. And so currently what we're doing is we've created a clear bubble there. If you look up at the big screen, we've created a clear bubble at the end of a rod. And now what he's doing is he's editing a piece of color bar. Color bar is how we add color to the glass. And so this is what we call color bar. We get it nice and hot. It looks orange, but when it cools back down, it'll be black. He's going to lay this over the clear bubble. That's known as a color overlay. And then we're going to gather over that a few different times to be able to enhance the mass to blow out the bubble. We just want a big bubble. So we need a lot of glass to make a big bubble. And the plan, they usually start on Wednesday, or it could be the same thing over and over. And that's what I've seen with Ryan's work. And we're making the same process, but different styles. And so same process for the two pieces, just different styles of how we shape at the bench, how we shape them. So Thompson will be making his own work during the residency, but he will also create a kids design glass style sculpture to give to the child whom he was partnered with during the Blown Away episode that he won. So on his episode, the hot shop director here from the Museum of Glass was on the episode as well. And when he won the prize was to come here for a week-long residency. So he's also going to make the kids design glass sculpture sometime this week, and he'll give one to the young lady that was on the show. Our Kids Design Glass program is for youth 12 and under. And so if you guys know any kiddos, be sure to encourage them to apply to the Kids Design Glass program. The one piece will be made here with them in the hot shop, and then the other one will be created. One will stay with our collection, and then one will go home with them. Yeah, you don't even have to live in the U.S. You can zoom in and watch your piece be made. Like we had, I think, some kids from Tokyo create some things and zoom in and watch it be created. Yep, all over the world. So now he'll take that color bar and slowly stretch it back towards the end of the pipe, and that is how we lay the color over the clear bubble. We're making a tube right now, and this tube will be cut down properly, which function as the disc. So we're going to open up the tube by flaring it out a little bit, cut a piece off, and this is prep work. This is for the disc portion of the sculptures. So from here to there, all of these discs are individually created and hot sculpted onto the top of the vessels. So we'll dip into the furnace to take another gather over that black color overlay. Dipping into the furnace is like dipping into a jar of honey. As we rotate that stainless steel rod, the glass contains a certain level of viscosity which will allow it to adhere to itself. It looks like it's orange, but it's not. It's clear. It's just 2,300 degrees, so it's just radiating the temperature. That pipe can begin to warm up a bit as we continue to dip it into the furnace. And so the pipe cooler is over there. We're just taking it over there to cool the pipe down. The steam is just dramatic effects from where you are, right? We'll go in with that block. That block allows us to cool down those outer layers. It's a piece of cherry wood hollowed out, and it's soaked in water, and the water protects the glass as well as the block. The reason why it's cherry wood is because it's common to this area, and fruit wood is highly durable and lasts a long time. So blocks will last between 7 and 10 years. We'll go back into the glory hole to get that glass nice and hot to keep it super malleable. As you can see, he was using papers to shape the glass, and papers are a great tool for shaping, almost like using his bare hand. As he's shaping, Gabe was blowing into the end of the pipe there to make the bubble bigger. And now we're just letting gravity elongate it a bit. The shears that he's using are known as diamond shears, so they cut in a 360. And so one snip will allow us to remove our hand. We don't have to worry about cutting at an angle. Open it. So he's making a tube. Then he's gonna flare the lip of the tube and make disc. You'll see it. Wow, this one's good. Look at that shape. You can pause some parts, but not everything. So yeah, once you start it, just best it. Yeah, finish it. Like the black portion, like the orb itself, the body of the orb, is stuffed into a cup of pattern, and what you see on the surface is pattern. So the pattern, we've parked it in the garage. It's a big cup, clear cup with black lines. That's how you get patterns into glass. But then so right now he's gonna start another one. So he's making his disc right now. You see those rings at the top? Yeah, every time he clears out the tube, that's a disc. So he'll make however many he wants, put them in the garage, and then he'll start the bubble. When he starts the big body of the bubble, that is when you can't really stop. You gotta commit. It'd be about 2 hours. So now he'll go in with those jacks and pinch the back of the glass as he's flaring it out. With the following the paddle, we create this disc. Though the jacks are two blades, and as you pinch into the glass, it's actually carving into the glass. And so it helps us remove the piece that we need to remove at a different point in time. Oh, what is this? This is the garage. This is a place where we park pieces, and it's hot enough to hold them at a steady temperature, but it's not high enough for them to melt. And so those are the pieces. When we take them out of there, we can either put them there to be reworked into the process later, or we'll take them out to be used in like the next step. No, because stainless steel is not the best conductor of heat. It will accumulate where you continue to expose it at, but it doesn't travel down that bar very far. So the reason why the cone is in this shape is because when they revitalized the waterway down here on the Theophos waterway, they wanted to pay homage to old Tacoma. And so down in this area is where the wigwam burners were located. So when the driftwood floated down in this direction, it could be burnt out. And so this is just in life size, larger than life size wigwam burner. It might be kind of functional, I would assume so, but more so for design and to pay homage to the waterway. So every time that we flare open the tube, these are the discs that are stacked on top of the pieces there. If you get a closer look, you'll see that we use these as the rings. They'll go into the garage where they're held to be reworked later. I'm just catching up my friends that maybe weren't here with us to learn this earlier. Our visiting artist is Ryan Thompson for the week. Can we please see some of Ryan's past works? So on the left side of the shop here, what we're doing is we're laying colored glass over a clear bubble. And this is how we get the color overlay. This is how we get the glass to be all one color. And so as we laid that hot orange glass, it looks orange, but it really, when it cools down, it'll be black. This is the bubble. This is the way that the piece starts. They'll come back to the middle in just a second. They'll move the process back to the middle of the bench here in just a moment. So now as we prepare that starter bubble with the black overlay on the top, we're going to continue to gather over that. And as we continue to build that mass up, then we're going to take the mass and put it into a cup of pattern. We're going to stuff it into a cup of pattern and then blow that out into the desired shape. So, can we please learn a little bit more about color? Can we please see the color overlay video?
The color in glass comes from adding various materials to the mixture of raw ingredients called batch. Most of the colorants are compounds containing some kind of metal. For example, adding cobalt to clear glass creates a deep blue. Tin and antimony can be used to create white glass, and gold chloride can produce a rich red or pink-colored glass. Colored glass is melted in furnaces, just like clear glass, and then is usually rolled into bars for storage and easy application. In order to apply color bar to a bubble, we first need to preheat the color to approximately 950 or 1000 degrees Fahrenheit in a color oven or garage. Once warm, the color is then picked up on the end of a punty rod using a little bit of clear glass as a support. The color is then heated in the 2300 degree glory hole to soften it and make it malleable, while another artist creates a small bubble of clear glass on a blowpipe. Once warm, the color is dropped over the clear bubble, and then using a variety of hand tools or the steel marver, the color is rolled back over the clear in an even layer. This process is called dropping color, or creating a color overlay. Depending on the project, that bubble is then usually gathered over with clear glass and blown into the final form. The finished product may appear to be all made from colored glass, but when viewed in cross-section, we can see that there is only a thin layer of color sandwiched between many layers of clear glass.
So where do we get the glass from to make these items? And then I'll answer your question next. So the glass that we have here inside of the furnaces is just crystal clear glass, and we buy that from Spruce Pine, North Carolina. And so then we put it into the ovens and we melt it, and it's just clear. And then all of the color bar that we purchase usually comes from Germany. The distributor purchases it, and then we buy it from the distributors here in America. And the reason why we have color bar that we add color to the glass is because it's too expensive to have multiple different furnaces full of barrels of different colors. Too many furnaces to run. Make the bill go up higher, you know? Does that answer your question? And color comes in every single shade, not just black, but Ryan just is using black for his work. And then your question at the top. You want to watch the color overlay video again? Oh, okay, sure. I'll play it for you again. Can we please see the color overlay video one more time?
The color in glass comes from adding various materials to the mixture of raw ingredients called batch. Most of the colorants are compounds containing some kind of metal. For example, adding cobalt to clear glass creates a deep blue. Tin and antimony can be used to create white glass, and gold chloride can produce a rich red or pink-colored glass. Colored glass is melted in furnaces, just like clear glass, and then is usually rolled into bars for storage and easy application. In order to apply color bar to a bubble, we first need to preheat the color to approximately 950 or 1000 degrees Fahrenheit in a color oven or garage. Once warm, the color is then picked up on the end of a punty rod using a little bit of clear glass as a support. The color is then heated in the 2300 degree glory hole to soften it and make it malleable, while another artist creates a small bubble of clear glass on a blowpipe. Once warm, the color is dropped over the clear bubble, and then using a variety of hand tools or the steel marver, the color is rolled back over the clear in an even layer. This process is called dropping color, or creating a color overlay. Depending on the project, that bubble is then usually gathered over with clear glass and blown into the final form. The finished product may appear to be all made from colored glass, but when viewed in cross-section, we can see that there is only a thin layer of color sandwiched between many layers of clear glass.
So the cup here that Ben is holding that he's pointing at, this fades into a gold ruby color. We're gonna make another cup that fades. We're gonna stuff those together, and then we're gonna stuff that into a cup of pattern. So there's a lot of stuffing of cups going on right now. So as he goes in, he'll tell Ben to blow at the end of the pipe there, and he'll guide the glass with his papers. His papers are folded newspaper that have been soaked in water, which protects the paper and the glass. Into the reheating chamber. That reheating chamber is about 2,300 degrees. It's lined with hollow fire bricks, and there's only heat in the reheating chamber. There is no molten glass. So we have a cup. The cup is full of, has pattern on it on the surface of the cup. And now we're going to prepare ourselves to place the glass that we've made here on the end of the pipe into the stuffed cup of pattern. So we'll tap off this faded ombre cup, and then we'll stuff another cup in with the same type of fade. Give a little puff of air to help fill up that cup. I know I said that it was going to be a pattern cup, but that'll be the next step. So we're going to get the faded cups nice and melted down, melted into each other, and then we're going to do a cup of pattern. Our visiting artist this week is Ryan Thompson. Welcome to the Hot Shop, those of you who are just joining us. We're making one of the items here that are similar, something similar to what's here on the podium. We want that back end to get nice and hot, so we'll give it a flash as we rotate on the table there, the marvering table, to assist with that back portion of glass. It's getting it nice and hot. Ryan Thompson is our visiting artist this week. He won the residency with us here in the Hot Shop while he was on the Netflix series Blown Away during his competition. This was the prize. He was the one that won the prize for this episode. I believe it's the most recent season of it, but I think it was episode 6. And this was the prize. And so during this time that he's with us, he'll be creating his own work, but then he'll also be creating a kids design glass piece. And the kids design glass piece that he creates here, one will be for his partner. There was a young student, a little kid, that he was partnered with during this competition. He'll be making a piece for the child as well. Can we please see some of Ryan's past works? We'll go in with that block. That block is a hollowed out piece of cherry wood, and it's soaked in water to protect the wood as well as the glass. So the steam that it lets off protects the glass. The papers that he's using there that looks like a cloth, it's just a lot of newspaper folded up into a square and then soaked in water as well. And the papers allow him to shape the glass almost as if he's using his bare hand for shaping. So, as we dip into that furnace there where we just gathered the glass from, that furnace is about 2100 degrees. It's powered by natural gas and forced air. It runs 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and we do not turn it off. It holds about 1,000 pounds of molten hot glass. Can we please see the furnace diagram? And so if you look up at the big screen there, you'll be able to have the details and the specs of what's happening in that furnace. Thank you. And then after we went into the furnace, we went over to the pipe cooler just to cool the pipe down a bit. Stainless steel will start to accumulate the heat where you continue to stick it into the fire at. And then we'll go into the reheating chamber. The reheating chamber is the glory hole. Can we please see the glory hole slide? The glory hole is used to keep the glass hot, to keep it from breaking. It's powered by natural gas and forced air also, and it rests at about 2,300 degrees. And this allows us to keep the glass nice and malleable while we're working it at the bench. And the cone here, this cone is 90 feet tall. The cone is to pay homage to old Tacoma when we revitalized the waterway here, the Theophos Waterway. The architectural designers and Chihuly is one of helped the designers. They thought that it would be great to pay homage to old Tacoma, and then in this area is where all the wigwam burners were located. So when the driftwood would come down, they'd burn out, and they weren't this big. They were like kind of patinaed little cones that look similar to this, and so that is why the cone is here and the hot shop is under the cone. So now you know what's going on in here when you drive down this way. So now we're preparing the pattern. If you look closely at the pieces that are finished over here, you'll see lines in it. And the pattern is created separately from the body of the piece. And so the pattern cup is here on the left side of the hot shot. And the gather of glass that we stick in the middle for this one specifically will have two different variations of color, saturating and then fading out in different areas. And so in just a moment, we're going to stuff the cup. how did he get the pattern, the black lines in the glass? So what he did was he rolled up a bunch of cane over a clear bubble, and then he altered the lines by smashing them on the table into like this pad that's kind of like a ruffle chip. It has low and high points. So when he like goes like this, it moves the lines. He also twisted them a bit by hand. And so cane is made individually, so that's a whole process in itself, pulling it out and then chopping it down, heating that back up, and then rolling it up. So we'll go in with these jacks and we'll start to pinch at the top. What we're doing in this movement is we're carving in a line of tension. This is a reference point indicating the end of the piece and the beginning, the end of the pipe and the beginning of the piece. So we're using those paddles to shield him. He has on that silver sleeve to protect his arm from constantly being hit by the radiating heat. The paddles help also. So that's why we're following him with the paddles. And so now we're going to open up those doors. The more that we open these doors, the higher the temperature goes, the more we are exposed to that 2,300 degrees. It's not that it's super duper heavy, it's that it's very awkward trying to navigate with this big orb at the end of this stick. The rod's about 6 feet. So we've connected an additional pipe to set ourselves up to transfer ourselves from this initial blowpipe. Once that additional bit that we added on to the end there cools down and stabilizes, we'll give a flash to that carved in line of tension, the jack line. We'll put a little bit of water on that line, and we'll tap the pipe, which will remove the glass from the pipe. A little bit of water. So now we'll go in and we'll begin to tweeze that neckline out so we're able to clean up the part that we knocked off the pipe. When we knock it off the pipe, it'll have some imperfections towards the end that was connected to the pipe. So we're just gonna clean it up. So now we'll go in with our jacks and begin to cinch up that part that we edited. For those of you who just joined the Hot Shop, Ryan Thompson is our visiting artist for the week. He's been here making some pretty cool work with us. During this week, there's a few pieces on display here that you can see. Similar, not the same, but similar to the one that's in the glory hole right now. My name's Emily, and if you guys have any questions, feel free to shout them out. I'll be happy to answer your questions. So Sarah's gonna go in and broaden up the shoulders on top of this piece with the soffietta. The soffietta is it means little puff in the Italian language, and it allows us to breathe into the piece when it's disconnected from the blowpipe. So once we achieve a desired shape, we're just allowing it to cool down so it can set itself up. And then we'll move to the next part, which I believe is we'll slowly start to put on the disc that are on the top portion of the ore pier or the vessel. And the discs are placed on one by one.
So is the glass they're working with, is that going to be fully black?
No.
Like this color?
No.
Because it looks like it's going to be red with burgundy.
Ombre. Yeah, so
It
it's,
is.
it's red and then it's a variation of gold, so like a yellow at the top.
Okay, okay.
Yeah, so it's
Yeah,
gonna
it's hard
ombre.
to tell when
No,
it's
you did
in,
good.
in and out of the oven. 'Cause
Yeah.
It makes everything red when it's
Yeah.
that hot.
Yeah, you did good. You're right.
Okay. I was thinking it was red, and then as it's coming out, and
It's
it's
gold.
yeah. Very cool. How long have you been working here?
Closer towards the end.
Okay.
I've been working here. We continue to take the disc out of the garage there, which is the silver oven, where items are held at a steady temperature high enough to where they're safe, but not hot enough to where they'll melt. And so Sarah continues to take the disc out and place them on top of the sculpture. It's very important that we torch that connection to the rod because that is like our security measure. Like it ensures that we are still connected and we're able to continue to work. It's really the most important part of the piece during this process. Yeah, the piece matters a ton, but we want to make sure we are properly connected and that our connection is nice and happy and hot. So in just a moment, as you can see, Sarah has put it on a special suit to be able to catch this piece off the pipe. The suit will help her be protected from the high temperatures when we place it into the oven. We'll put a little bit of water on that connection point. We'll tap it. Let's give them a big round of applause for all their hard work. And let's give Sarah one more big hand for getting that piece put in the box. Clap it up. Woohoo! And I believe we're not done yet. You guys are more than welcome to stay with us and hang out. And remember that the residency that Ryan is a part of this week is also a part of the Kids Design Glass program. There was a competition on the show that was inspired by our Kids Design Glass program, which allowed him to win, and he'll be creating that piece sometimes this week. So can we please learn a little bit more about the Kids Design Glass program? Can we please see the Kids Design Glass video?
Baby monster. Pip is a baby monster that loves to smile and laugh. Even though he's little and cute, he gives a big cry. Also, Pip loves food, especially bananas. He will eat any speck of food in sight.
especially if the pieces of art go traveling around, other kids will see, oh my gosh, I could do that too. You know, it's not just somebody else that, they did it, I couldn't do that. Absolutely not. Anyone can do this. And I think that's what it shows the kids.
Maybe not everybody can win them.
But,
I think it's gonna stand up there with one of the coolest things that a museum has ever done.
What is it, a cucumber all dressed up for a night on the town? That's pretty ridiculously funny.
The funnest part about this project is how fresh the ideas are coming from the kids who they have no idea of glass blowing techniques. They don't care.
Nobody saw this coming. We'd make one piece and it was given to the family. And then we realized, well, wait a second, there's something more here. We started to get more drawings, more interesting drawings, and it really kind of snowballed a little bit.
Bacon Boy was special. The hat almost looks like a frying pan.
Maybe he's wearing a frying pan.
Bacon, baby.
All I see.
How's that for his arm? Fingers?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think it really brings it home and really shows that, there's an artist in all of us, I think. So, and it's human nature to be creative. So I think we lose that as we get older sometimes, and it's cool to see this pure creative nature that children possess. So I think it's cool to share that with the rest of the world, hopefully. So.
Thank you for supporting Kids Design Glass.
in just a moment, we'll get started. We're just taking a little break after the piece we just created. And so as you can see, we dipped into the furnace there. That furnace is about 2,100 degrees. It holds about 1,000 pounds of molten hot glass. And as we rotate that steel pipe, we'll come out with a nice size gather about, smaller than a tennis ball. We'll blow it out. And then once we blow it out, we'll be able to add color to it or move to the next step. Sarah will slowly blow into the end of the tube there as Ben shapes it up and removes any of the extra glass. You can kind of see what we're doing on the big screen also. So as you can see, there's a bubble on the end of that pipe there, and we'll slowly start to open it up and then flare it out, which will function as the foot of this goblet. So now we'll go in and begin to open up the opposite side of the goblet. Can we please see the furnace diagram? So you'll see as we dipped into that furnace there, it's powered by natural gas and forced air. It runs 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and it holds about 1,000 pounds of molten glass. It rests at about 2,100 degrees, and this is how we are able to start the process. The process always starts by dipping into the furnace. Thank you so much. So whenever we make pieces here in the hot shop, we have to place them into an oven to be cooled down. And so that allows it to be cooled down overnight slowly. We can't let them stay in room temperature because then they will crack due to thermal shock. And then back at the middle bench here, we're just gonna gather up a lot of clear glass and then we're gonna roll it on the pad there with the colors of cane to create pattern in the surface of the glass. So we'll go into the reheating chamber to give the cane a nice flash. The cane is all black. And then in just a moment, we'll be able to roll it up. So we cleaned up and shirred off the bottom big massive glass to be able to just clean up the pattern. And then when he'll go and slam it on this pad here, the pad has low and high points, kind of like a Ruffles chip. So it has ridges in it. And when he slams it, it will help turn the lines, the patterns of the cane in different directions, which will give us some really nice strides in the pattern. So now we'll blow into the end of that pipe there to put a bubble in that mass, which creates a hollowed out space. This hollowed out space will function as like a cup. We'll be able to blow that bubble a bit larger. We'll be able to blow that bubble a bit larger as we heat it up. Do you guys have any questions? Are you doing okay? Good. can we please see the kids design glass video?
Like art through the ages, glass has always been sort of made by designer and maker. And so to highlight that relationship, we created Kids Design Glass, where kids age 12 and under can make a drawing and submit it to us. We'll make 2 pieces, give one to the family, and we'll keep one to put in our collection and build the exhibition that has been Kids Design Glass.
We get a huge stack of drawings and we sift through them to pick the ones that we can make and the ones that are interesting.
200-300 drawings a month, so we get a stack of drawings.
We go through each one. It's a drawing and a story about the drawing.
Probably the most unique drawings are the ones that really stick out. The ones that aren't like based on a character that they've already seen, the ones that come straight from their imagination.
Usually kids by that age, they're not really tainted by like pop culture and outside influences. They kind of like what they like.
My original idea for the rainbow marshmallow, when the marshmallow melts, what comes out are their tears. And this one cries rainbows. Like the inside is all rainbow. It was the first time that I was like kind of made contact into like the glass blowing world. And what was really fun about it was knowing that a piece that I've come up with that is like part of my self-expression was like interesting enough for others to like incorporate it into the real world.
Being in a creative environment, I think that builds self-esteem, and the fact that they're going to have this thing that they're going to have the rest of their lives of something that they had as a child, and then knowing that they're actually like in a museum collection, which is pretty incredible when you're under 12 years old.
If any other kids are entering the program, then I'd say I really hope that your art gets chosen. It is really mesmerizing to see the details being put on. I was just very happy that the Hot Shop team actually chose my art. Who knows, maybe if you're timing it just right, you could actually get up there when your art is like being displayed up there.
For 20 years, we've made some wild things. It's so free, and I would say loose, but what we really pay attention to is making sure that we're capturing all the details.
There's so many challenges in making the kids design drawings, and I think that's something that maybe the average viewer wouldn't notice.
A lot of these objects are very fragile and are just different than any of the other glass I usually work on.
The way the kids draw them, they just have no idea of what glass can do, so they just draw it however their mind imagines this object.
We're talking with them, making sure that we're seeing the color the same way, making sure that the eyes are on one side or are they supposed to be on both sides.
Appendages and weird helmets, they're all great challenges and things that we wouldn't necessarily run into without this program. I think it's inspiring for us as glass makers, and I hope it's inspiring for the kids doing the drawings. I hope the kids kind of see that their creativity is this muscle that they need to exercise.
One of the best parts about the program is seeing the kid in the front row giving us tips on how we can make it better or things they don't like that we're doing. They have a voice here.
I designed the lion crab in 2011. Just recently, we went back to the museum, and seeing my piece on display at the museum was just incredible.
I mean, we have times where people come in the crowd and some young adult, in their 20s or early 30s, is like, hey, you made my kids design glass, and they bring out their phone and show us a picture, and it's them like 10 years old, and it's to see the impact that we've made. I think every single one is special.
Thank you guys so much for hanging out with us here at the museum. I hope you guys have a great evening. See you later.